hello. Good evening. I have been doing well. I hope you've been doing well as well. That's a lot of wells. Well. What have we here? Good evening. Welcome back to Ace Attorneys. I do. Well, I don't think we'll be able to finish this game tonight. I'm not gonna lie. I think we're it is the last case of the first game, so there's still a bunch left to do. We had a very good stopping point last time, from what I've been told. But still, I think this game might continue to hold our hand a little longer. Not that I don't like that, but just so you're aware. We are back to English voice acting, by the way, because we've cycled through every single available voiceover option. So we are back to a classic objection and hold it style that we're used to. Let's get into it. I do have to say, it's gonna take me a little bit to get back into it, I think, because I have only metaphor on the mind. This entire weekend I've done nothing except play metaphor. I think at this point I'm like 12 hours in, and the 12 hours are not counting the 4 hours it took me to play through the prologue in the demo version, so technically I'm 16 hours into the game. And like it is a lot of fun. I will say that. It is a lot of fun. I hope it stays that way. You want 20 hours? Well, I think I would be slightly more hours in if I hadn't played Marie on Friday evening for like 8 hours almost. So, but I hope you're having fun. I'm in front of the second story dungeon right now. It's like, okay, that's a good point to stop. Now I will focus on being Miles Edgeworth. I'm trying to find out who our real murderers are here. This is my last save, right? Yeah, it is. It's my last save. Ah! Oh! Let's see. Agent, I still think those glasses are ridiculous. Then she says, little cups, never do they know the real fury of the Elder Wolf. These words are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you never really know how angry I can get. Oh! Oh, so you've not been angry yet? Oh boy. He gives you the prosecutor time. Don't even get me started. I am grinding out those archetypes every chance I get. So much. And I don't even know what type of archetype I want on all of my characters. I'm just like, I'm unlocking them all on the main character just to have them unlocked, and then I'm like, maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should try to see on which character they would actually make more sense to get some use out of them. But whatever. You sure did. Aww. He drugs. Good Atlas game. It's just like drugs to me. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Bubbly Singh. They were all of Shangfa and the denominations. What's a denomination? Victor lets you cut good. That's fair. That's fair. I'm running on a mage type on my main character. It's like, yeah, you do a lot of magic, I think. So far, at least. So. Search for Miss Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone.
I must not have figured out that it was all brilliant yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy is taking a big hit. Jingfa is in financial chaos as we speak. Oh. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. It's not just the money. Citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this. And I've come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. Okay. I investigated how the bills are made and how the ink was smuggled into Shangfa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Oh. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no, it is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Curses you, fool! Curse you, empty brain! You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Shino, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. Many such cases. Many such cases. Head empty, no thoughts. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Lang, hold it! You, Wolfman and the secretary lady, hold it! Objection, pal! With gumshoe. If you get the results of the handwriting analysis already. Whatever you thought, remember when you saw him? Well, you were in for a surprise, weren't you? Yeah, and I know it was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Yes. How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing asking about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Mal Touchworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. She's seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? Well, yeah, you kind of signed up for that. I didn't know anything about Metaphor before playing the demo. I just went into the demo and thought, oh, damn, that is more fun than I thought it would be. Unfortunately, I do now want to play it because I was hoping it wouldn't interest me as much, so I could calmly wait and see the general reception of the game. But yeah. I saw that happening a mile away. It's like, oh, it's also why I didn't unlock anything on all of the characters immediately, because I was like, oh, it's another big hit. Definitely. You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate or some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight. Any evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Huh. I should have known. That you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'm proof of innocence, so let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. They are very stylish when they move at the same time. In my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Baba and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony? You mean the suspicious person in a code that she saw? Yeah. That's right. That person's one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did. Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open air stage on the Babalis side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babalis embassy. It was pretty straight. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on a light, but then... Yeah... Who's there? By the time I turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose I was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Objection! Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty? Oh well. I always think back and like remember where the Ace Attorney games originated from and how limited in like with the hardware they were. So I guess that and like they just stuck with it. It worked in the Game Boy era. So why not keep using those? That's easy. If the other guys had left through that door, they would have run right into... Oh, there she is. Sheena.
Take that!
It wasn't a lot of people. I can't tell you the exact number though. But no, it was not a lot of people. The answer is Sheena. Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the door. It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway. A certain detective. Detective Gamshu, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir. Well, when I heard Kay scream. I ran towards Mr. Kochin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. I don't think so. I also, like, they also don't know, haven't known each other that long. The older brother and younger sister dynamic, I would rather, like, give to Phoenix and Maya. But I don't think these two have it. I mean, he doesn't even have a proper sister dynamic with Franziska most of the time, so I'm like, eh. Yeah. Way to go, Miss Thatchway. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes. A I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well. Of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. Rude route, why do I keep switching? I get it, so that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the bubbly side is known only to 4 people. If we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's all that whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. Smuck all the attitude of yours. You've really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Oh, you wish I was rubbing you, huh? Right way. What? What? Oh. Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape? I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Humans can fall, though, technically. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kei was chasing after. You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand, the language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kei saw is not the same as the one in this photo. I like to keep you on your toes, you know?
Take that!
Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kei saw. Kei spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. And now he's like, what? There were 2 fires? What? Yeah, way to go. That's twice you bit him in the butt now. Excuse me? We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is. And how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu escape route, now that I can answer. You can. Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me.
Hold it!
Even if I explain and you try to find some flaw with what I have to say, you were busy heading up the Alabastion investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you have much knowledge about the Babalee side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead? Sheena's my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself a boss? No, it's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena. You shouldn't let me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Ooh! Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babalee's embassy? Oh ho ho! During the first Babalee's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. It is a very nice color palette. It's a very nice outfit too. And that is all I have to say. I'm not lying when I say I saw a suspicious person run into Mr. Cochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracing my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct?
Not so fast!
Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? How about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Now that is unexpected for the useless lump to get into such a situation. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I mean, I assume the reason it's staying on is because there's this part here around her neck, so it's connected here. I'd assume there's some kind of strap here, and it's just an open back dress. But as she has this feather boa thing going on, I can't say for sure. I'm sorry, Sheena. Apologize. I'm sorry, Sheena. Apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Then let's put her to the test and see if she's really worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Oh, okay.
Objection!
This piece of evidence shows us a contradiction in your testimony. Or does it? Wait. By your silence, I assume you agree with my conclusion? No, I just don't have a worthy response. In any case, I have some documents I need to attend to. Huh? That was the wrong thing, Jesus Christ. That's an interesting thing to be doing though. It's like, Oh yeah. And I also know why. Bibbidi, what the fuck? At night.
Objection!
Being in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office is a problem with your testimony.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Well, if you let me keep talking, I could explain it to you. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Yellow Bastion office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabas isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Cochin's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Oh! Now do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. Yeah! What's the meaning of this, math? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Ooh. You claimed that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw on the code. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Cochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shut your code in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place K under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. Ooh. How dare you make K look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Uh-oh. Sheena. Okay. Yeah, alright. I know that face from somewhere, don't I? That laugh. I remember this irritating laugh. I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be. It has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry, it was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yeah, so you'd accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. Prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's a prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. Mere. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me, I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back out there as I answer your question. My question? Here's your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babal was used recently. He told us he had managed to burn. Yep.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Palaino's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin. Oh. The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up?
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Palaino said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof. I'm not going to read out a laugh for every sentence. Just what is so funny? Ashes proof. Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, if we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at the crime scene or in court, let's finish this here now. I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I got wary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony, wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Oh, I don't think so. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. You can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Oh? I'm not quite sure I believe that. There you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. She's seen through to the fact that I've yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Hey, pull yourself together. You're the true heir to the Yet the Goddess name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Ooh! Satchworth. You're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Ashworth.
With pleasure.
Ooh! Yay! I just ripped out my headphones. Ow. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Shino, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this won't be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Shino. Shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. Oh, oh, ho, 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 ho. I wonder if it's a wig or if she dyed her hair.
Objection!
Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents? Better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? A length of wire. So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Bubbly's embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more. In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Oh! Okay, it's kind of funny that we're always on the left side despite us standing on the right side right now. That is hilarious. The evidence was something you found out through the girl's machine, right? So whatever it was. That's what I thought. Unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see? So there was nothing in that office, nothing you can call evidence anyway.
Objection!
I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete. Oh, yeah, no, it's absolutely. It would be very weird if we suddenly switched to the other side. But it's interesting whenever we are like outside of this screen and seeing how they're actually like standing in the room. It also is nice because like with Phoenix, you're also always used to him being on the left side. It would be very weird. Even the one time we were in court and we were there as Edgeworth as a prosecutor, of course they could have made it that we would stand on the right side, the way we're always used to the prosecution being, but like that's not where you as a player character are on like ever. So it makes sense that they just swapped it, like the perspective, and we're like, yeah, no, you're on the left side now. God damn it, yes, the prosecution can take it. Yeah! That was very good. Honestly, Tyrion Cuthbert was really good. I'm still glad I played that. That was very nice. And then this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, now so that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. Is it not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to inspect. The team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location.
Take that!
The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out the room next to the office. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss Sheena's the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this, I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and bubbly zinc. Here's what his coat was covered in. It's not worth that much anyway. But is it really worth so little? I believe that's actually quite a meaningful result, a value which I'm about to prove. Haha! And he's back. Yes, who's back? Me snacking during a scream during a stream. That's who's back. Mr. Ashworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Yeah. Oh, so what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Ashworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in a room when you examined it? You take a mid-scream break too? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Aww. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
Hold it!
No. These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Objection!
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. If you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Blanc, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena. Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good. Now let us begin. Which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir? The coat, obviously. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Sheena. The Yatagarasu that Kei saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. No, you have it wrong. The soup probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. It's blue! I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. It was the same pattern of dirt I got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know? So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace... Which I can. But... how? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I have been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat.
Take that!
Babaley's ink. Yes, this is what will prove that the code went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Palladino, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this code turns out to be Babaley's ink, it will prove that you and this code went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yetagarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babaley's ink on the coat hem. But I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babaley's ink. By wearing it, huh? You can find out whether that is Babaley's ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Babaley's ink? Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here now what the dark substance is. Sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead, I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. No, then if someone could loan me a lighter or something. I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Should not be admitting this to me. Then if I could please have one, okay? We can get this experiment on the way. Flame! It's the same color as the flames wheat crystal oil produces. Which means... Babaley's ink is a product of wheat crystal oil. And when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Mishina, you're the fake Yatagarasu, the one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Agent Shina. Or should I say, Callisto, you! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? To be fair, he really does not look like a joking type. He has never and he will never. No. Callisto, you. I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insisted I'm this Callisto you, woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
Objection!
You have no proof, you have no proof. Lady, you've been repeating the same thing over and over. And every time I can tell you I have proof. The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived and will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Ooh, let's go. Enough poetry, I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she's Callisto you? I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. Reprove her to be Callisto with this and clip this Yatagatus' wings for good.
Take that!
This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? He has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is a bottle of perfume you spilled, which I've preserved ever since. She's like, why the hell did she keep a perfume bottle for 7 years? I heard from my father, Byrne Faraday, that if stored in the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Jesus Christ, I can't read today, sorry. Now come, Agent Shino. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Oh boy. Oh! See? I was thinking earlier. Her sprite looks like she could have fangs, and they were cowards for not doing it, but they saw my vision. Looks like you've seen right through me yet again. Isn't it the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth? Lister, you. So you've shown your true face at last. What's going on? It's a pretty good one. This feeling of thrill, it's even brighter than the time 7 years ago. Sheena, you're... Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. An insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who's been feeding them Intel and Interpol all this time. Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Is she? Is she? It is you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right, Callista you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callista you, this time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. Had you not used the Yatagara's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't. I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. Oh! That's not good. Okay. You look out. You look, hey, go right now, pal. You despicable. Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? She's pretty. Well, the what was her name? The one on the airplane was also very pretty, but still, I support women's rights. I also support women's wrongs, but I like Kay a little too much for me to be supporting this woman's specific wrongs. Yatagarasu always knows the exact location. Hang on for a second. Always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Bern Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they're also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way. A single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgewood. Wait. No! I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. The lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. I think you have 3 options at most all the time, though. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. Skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. Yeah, I should have known that. Just nobody, not even yourself. Detective Bat. It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. As a lead detective on the case, hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? Are you really surprised? Troy? At this point, are you actually surprised it's him? Come on. You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you. My, Mr. Bad, no, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why, indeed. It's nothing personal, really. It was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I'll go wary of this. It's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop. Oh! It's over, Sheena. Oh my god, your leg! Agent Lang. Idiot, what were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she's a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she's my subordinate. Oh my god, my guy. As long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that? That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Sis. Yes? I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her. Alright. Detective Gamshaw, your assistance, please? Sir. I found something. Sister, it looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective. Oh, it is, sir. Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle. Ooh.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm going to go return this Webberlee's knife now. Alright. I trust that you make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Palladino. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto Yu. For the only time the hands could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Kojin with the alabaster knife. Switched the handles, and then took the original blade of the Babalese knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up?
Objection!
You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gay Waterland, I knew right away. You were Byrne Faraday's daughter. To be fair, I also don't think there's that many people with the name Faraday, but... I became curious, so researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Kojin's murder on me? Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another. Yes, once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were going to take little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. Yeah, that incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It was an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There's no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. The beginning? What's that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Kojin? Yeah! Then the real ringleader's still out there pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babalese embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do. But then why start two fires? Sorry, but I can tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. Yeah. I've had my fun, now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, I mean Miss Sheena. Yes. When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? Such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lang. Mark my words. I'm not done here and I'll be back. It's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shocked. I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. Yeah. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. I was about to say, how is he even walking? But... It's finally over, Kay. No? I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? It's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands, the one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person's the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones that we're selling for the Jamming Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Oh? Huh. I guess it's our time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bat, don't tell me today's today. Yeah, it is. With this I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. No! We still haven't solved the second murder, hello? We haven't even technically solved the first murder, if she's not the one that killed Kochin. She just took advantage of the crime scene. You know? Thank you for the high retirement, the pad. 1 second. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sorry, one moment. Chips are nice sometimes. But they also take such a long time to eat anyway. Yeah, no worries. We are not done yet. If this was all we had left to do, I might have even just gone overtime last time, but we're like halfway done with this chapter. Apparently. It's a really long one. But that's just it, we haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of the Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Ashworth, the bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, okay? I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. How bad? Don't take it so seriously, it's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Come on, sir, she's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, no, you're no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. But you too, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you. These are pages from my KGA case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Ah! Ah, wait, what? Miss Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. Hehehehe. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, and that means what? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. A KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in a courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. Yu was the elder sister of the victim in this case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu, and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring. including companies that dealt with the Amano Group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. Exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the high-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We'd finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. Faraday, he died for it. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG-8 incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out. She was a phony. No! She literally told us earlier that, like, it's just one of her names. She's probably one of those people that doesn't even have, like, a proper name anymore because she just goes by different identities all the time. The victim of the KG-8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister. Dun dun dun! What? That means... Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto Yu was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card? The photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu. But why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kojin had on him at the time of the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. The blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. And why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu is because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame and set ablaze! Oh, let's go! So you mean the cards are written in Babyliss ink? The fact that the card that Kojin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are? The great thief, they used a mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader, but we were only a few steps behind. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. Your lollipop? Okay, no. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG-8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. It's an important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. You know what? Ace Attorney does it every time. They're like, oh, you know, there's this recurring storyline in the back. To be fair, in the normal ones, not so much, but in... Okay, no, the DL6 incident is something that keeps happening over and over as well. But, like, in this one, especially, it's like, oh, here's your first case. Okay, these are a few characters. Here's your second case. Did you know this connects to something that happens, or has already happened, because they're completely, like, all over the place, despite this taking place over, like, the course of 2 days. And 7 years. And whatever. I eat it up every single time. It's like, oh, I heard this name before. Oh, wait, we saw this character. I eat it up every time. It's so good. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. So we forced him to tell us where it was, finally. After the other day's kidnapping case.
A secret weapon can detect something.
This video... I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. A man was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where the prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. Then the card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a director's card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. So much for immediately burning a director's card, huh? The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is... Whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Ops. Don't ever lose your detective spirit.
Why is this happening? This isn't justice.
Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go.
Yes, sir.
No!
This is really the end of a legend. Okay, you get your seat as resident weird girl that helps us out, just like Maya, and you also get every single person who ever cared for you and that you cared for slowly taken away from you as well. I see how it is.
God damn it. To be continued.
And then
Diddly-din.
don't do that. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. No normal life allowed here, no. Get accused of murder in every... For real! For real! That's crazy! Like how the weapons crossed country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Yeah, alright. Of course. Imagine how much evidence you would have at the end of the entire entire case if you kept everything. Also, I just realized Bakay is wearing Tabi shoes. I don't know how well you could see that on stream. Probably not very well, but a big toe and then the rest of her shoes. So these are Tabi shoes. That's cool.
Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now you can see what's on the tape Detective Bad gave us.
Why am I doing your voice like this today? I don't know. This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us.
Sure thing, sir.
Oh boy, what's gonna be on this, huh? Oh, well, that is one way to make an entrance. This man is Money Kochi. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. The crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. And not even hiding the knife and the code going into the building is crazy. What do you mean? At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. It's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Is it? Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Oh? Wait, what was that? Huh? The bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. Aha! This car. This is something we cannot overlook. What's that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Look at this flag! Look at this flag!
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Cordovia. And because it has a national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. The question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Miss Von Carmen, Miss Dashworth, so you were here all this time. Why, are you still awake, Grandpa? Ambassador Alba. Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I'm truly sorry. Me too. My voice is going all over the place. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot quirkers! You couldn't chase after a simple thief! Well then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Huh? Excuse me? I heard you've apprehended a thief that turned his embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. Can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. Open your mouth again. I need to see those teeth. What the fuck? Why does this man have so many teeth? Oh, maybe it's just the one sprite. On the one where he was looking like all the way to the right, there. Something about how they're drawn is weird to me. Sorry. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. No, fuck you. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't we leave the rest to the Lebastian and Babalese police? Because you're all incompetent. Ambassador, we're so close. Just a little more and... Miss Von Carmen, see? They're drawn extremely thin. It looks like he has more teeth than he should. Miss Von Carmen, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. Without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true, however, as he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Lebastian soil. In which case, we're nothing but foreigners in their land. This is really where our investigation ends. More teeth for more chance of replacing them. Easy money. Shifu, we found Miss Ashworth, sir. Shifu, this way. I mean, I haven't left. Yo. But how are you walking? I didn't know. You're back on the scene rather quickly. If I lay back and took a break, I lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why in the... Why are you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. I have a member of Interpol which is found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. I can't wait until we see him open his eyes and him like stand up straight and be like, ha ha, actually, I'm the ringleader. I don't trust this old guy. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They're quite capable.
Are they? Are they though? You haven't even opened your eyes yet. One of your eyebrows goes off like... It's like half of your face. His eyebrow starts here and goes all the way down here. It's connected to your sideburns. You look like the Kirby tree. What is with this man?
At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Oh, the next guy who's laughing. Ambassador Alba, I get it now, I really do.
Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You... No? The...
Killer? You really mean that, Agent Lang?
What was online?
Then who is it?
Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Koshin's murder. That was old Sheena. Lang Shi says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the Master Second's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Francisca, for her? I was the killer? Hey, wait, but that's impossible.
Yeah.
Although, that whip is actually quite... Yeah, but... What? Hold your tongue, that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does this have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alnabas and Babal, did you not?
Objection!
And where's your evidence that I'm the killer?
Knuckle back!
I was just getting to that, trust me. I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? Ah. You have to say yes.
Things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good, then let's move out. And don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Guess I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. Yeah, okay, that's fair. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's a peanut gallery. Haha!
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabasta yet. If you like Kayan, you've got to let me in too, pal. Can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Funkama's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that.
Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go.
Yay!
As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride.
Very well. I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance.
I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Let's go. Oh. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny-Kochan's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Baba. The weapon that took his life was one of alabaster ornamental knives. And then, the body of the masked second, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Alabastrian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this primitive statue, and that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, if it was new, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying?
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were instructed by the Yatta Goddess's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fight.
Objection!
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey, now.
Oh.
Okay, that's a crazy move. Look, sis, I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He's right in saying that she's a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring may not be deeper than what any of us can imagine.
Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already.
Francisca, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it.
What?
But don't worry, I'm taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor.
That has to hurt, because if she's slapped, like, using it full force, even if you manage to catch it, it's still going to... Oh! Owie.
Can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis?
Yeah, the truth, actually.
Of course, your explanation is to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of the Master Second.
You do understand, don't you, Miles Ashworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of the Master Second is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation.
As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. I wonder if he's going to actually call him by his name by the end of this. Or if it's still going to be Mr. Prosecutor the entire time. One of Alabast's knife was used in Babal to murder Mr. Kochi, and the murder weapon in the killing of the Master Second is Babal's Primidac statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can explain how the weapons moved about, Francisca will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor, so why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about?
The focus. He's probably high on some kind of painkiller.
By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Langshi never said anything to that effect. Prosecutor, who do you think you are speaking about Langxi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. Ministry of Forums. Closed after 5,642 entries by a moderator. 40 members banned from the forum forever.
Objection!
Miles Cravat coming out on top. Username Miles Cravat. It's not a cravat, it's some kind of other word that I can never remember. 100 pages of heated debate. Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. No. The Master Second was killed with Babal's Primidac statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primidac statue go? To Babal. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
Yeah, right? Being a psychic girl in these games sucks.
And I know we haven't reached these specific games yet, so I don't want to take away from it, but a certain other character in the later entries even is her main girl and still doesn't have it any easier. You know?
Do I feel like Capcom has forgotten her entire existence? If you look at any of the merch that's releasing ever, it's always just like, oh yeah, okay. They will shoehorn in some other guy from any of the other games that's not even a main character when they make main character merch. And forget about her. It's very sad to see. I guess so, but you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabasta and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? I know! But still, she is a main character. And honestly, we've gotten merch for characters who are like only present in one, and they still get stuff. Godot was able. I mean, Godot. We don't know the full extent of what the coma actually did to him, aside from his color vision. There was like a good friend of mine has no feeling in his fingertips anymore. None whatsoever, so without having been in a coma. He went True. I think Comatose gave him superpowers.
No, I'm trying to say that him being comatose probably didn't help his body and general pain receptors or the feeling in certain extremities, for example. You don't usually feel better after having been in a coma. To my knowledge. I don't think that's how that goes, actually. There's definitely another person, one who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Yeah. Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guards said along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
Suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors? What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other road. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo. A supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And also claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. Say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor.
If you will let me keep talking. Coming right up.
How can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well, you will have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry tail shadow is...
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow's the third smuggled object, the Primidex statue replica. You can't be serious. The Yatagarasu, or rather, Callista Yu dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babao. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Not go back!
You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. Sean and Beth arrival.
He does. Yeah. I can see what you mean.
She launched it through the air. And how exactly did she do that? He's literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francisca was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. For sure. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Hate for each other. Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy?
It's the third time he's called him a pretty boy.
Hello? Sir? Are you interested in men? Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. I would understand it as being condescending if he did it once. Maybe even twice. But he's called as a pretty boy 3 separate times.
Oh, you think I'm pretty? Yeah, pretty stupid.
Do you really think a criminal will tell us the honest truth?
How dare you?
You guys are no fun.
As I said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too.
I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear about it from you.
Yeah, you get me. Armadis, you get me.
Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about?
I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl no. As you wish.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Bastion Embassy. After I saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, of course.
I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail.
Sure. Let's see.
Hold it!
At that time, the mask of the second's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct?
That's right. When Ambassador Alba was here, one could hardly miss his rather large presence.
A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do you know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously.
Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants.
I can attest to that. I remember speaking with a lovely lady around that time here in my office. Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony, and let's hear some details.
Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that?
The entrance to this room is on this side, however the window's on the opposite side.
If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall.
He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing, is that not correct?
I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. Fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right?
I suppose.
After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know?
Yes. The plants in his room, they're all like my children.
Passion flowers in the flower box in the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. All 4 of them are in full bloom.
Miss von Karma, what did you say just now?
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about the statement do you not understand?
I do not understand. I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony.
Very well.
There were 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box. 4? Really? That's interesting.
Objection!
Francisca, For some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
It does appear that way.
I knew it. I know we couldn't trust your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir.
All I've done is state what I saw. I've not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine a flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. Does he not find it creepy that there's a plant in the corner of his room that looks exactly like him, like face and all? I find that very creepy. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, looks like there are only two here to me.
Hi, Raiders! Welcome in, good evening! I'm newly like the color pink. Vision I was in Jeopardy's. We're currently playing Ace Attorney Investigation. Won the very last case. We're nowhere close to the end yet, but we are on the last case. I'm good, how are you doing? How was your stream? As the people of the biggest cities built, I would not want a statue of myself in my room looking at me all the time. That's creepy. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. Suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Yeah, sure, 1 second. You want a Pikachu for the Raiders, of course. Pikachu! Pika! Pikachu! You want some evidence? You will get some evidence.
I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. No, you do you? Such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it. It'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. They look exactly like the plant supports in his flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? This is really all that important to the case. Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight.
Keep forgetting that.
Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast. But somehow they wouldn't have been Sheena's hands, it was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow just like the knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wouldn't have been Babal. Wound up. How do these support sticks find a way to Babal and why? There must be some reasons to why they ended up there. So that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. Just another stick, isn't it? And so it is. The shape of the support sticks is what is important. But when they're used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is...
Crossbow, the crossbow.
Eureka!
It's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting? I am. These hair sticks are rather plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows. Done it. Found the common thread that connects the two offices. This thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatagara's clothes and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The primitive statues didn't sprout wings? Of course it didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The primitive statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. You realist, aren't you? I don't know, am I? Yeah, am I? Oh, wait, I wonder what happens if you press him on it, actually. Let me see. Let's see what he says if you press him on it.
Hold it!
Of course, and I assure you that my hypothesis is firmly grounded in reality. Well, all I'm hearing is a fantasy of a desperate man. At times, even reality itself can be a mysterious thing. Even you must admit that. Do I? If it's so true, then why don't you go ahead and show me?
Mr. Ashworth, I think you understand what went sailing through the air.
I suppose that's because you're an expert at things that fly through the air.
What do you expect from the second Yatagarasu?
Indeed, no. Okay, yeah. Well, that was a little disappointing. I thought there was more.
Hold it!
Sure, he's a realist. But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true.
What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. If it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch? Oh, you know.
Objection!
Finally. Finally we have reached this point in our discussion. So I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabaster Primidex statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's Primidex statue? Dark Shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that? I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head? Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primidex statue. I believe it was done via rotary motion. The two statues were transported simultaneously. Simultaneously? Get real! The statues would collide somewhere along the way.
Objection!
Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed.
Knuckle back!
Lang Shi says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway.
Objection!
Agent Lang, as you know, the primitive statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure, and the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Like she says.
How? How? Discovered howling at the moon.
Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirators set themselves up into two different groups. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED? What's QED mean?
Hi, Humpy. Good evening.
This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor. The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I've laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there's one more piece of evidence. One more. This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. How's it going?
We're in the last case of this game, but there's a lot happening, so I don't think we'll see the end of it today.
The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire, I believe that is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible.
Take that!
Yeah, no. I'm just hoping the point where we are going to be able to stop is a good one. Why is there so many lines on the wall, by the way? That's not a texturing thing, but like... Why is there so many lines everywhere on this wall?
Hi, TK. Good evening.
Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again.
The last piece to the trick are two pulleys.
Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there's one installed in each of the offices, ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. And then you sleep? Nice. So did you get lucky with your figures? Which one did you get? This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you?
Oh, none of the two are. I'm glad you found nice ones anyway.
The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Yellow Bastion and Babaly's offices, and that the Passion Flower support stays could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth?
You can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of a finger here in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush it.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is.
Oh, the music is so good.
Take that!
Smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big. And Miss von Karma didn't even notice the errors when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices have ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So, as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in a flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Cursus Alba! It's probably not how you say that name, but I don't care.
Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? No, I am perfectly sane.
I'm certain of what I'm saying, and I'm sure that he's the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all the stuff you just outlined? Quercus? Quercus Alba? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand you need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence.
Take that!
I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primidex statue for the fake isn't a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for the reason than King Primidex himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now with or without your permission.
This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador.
I suppose that's possible.
Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. Looks like a gap. You're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret.
Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What?
Hurry up and open it, Miles.
Alright, here goes. Huh?
Wow, it really did open up. What's this thing that fell out?
I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. What's that? And is it... Are those the plates to print the fake money? Hey, is this what I think it is?
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills.
Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabasta to begin with. The Primidex statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica has nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. Or if you'd like, Humpy, please feel free to, send me what you got. After receiving a statue containing the counterfeit plate from Shinra, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into the Master Second. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at the Master Second and... Then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you're the lead of the smuggling ring. Country's a mess. And it's all because of you?
You're the one who killed the Master Second?
Answer us.
I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there's one point I disagree with you on. The
head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin.
Knuckle fast!
Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guild onto a dead man. There's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quirkus Alba.
It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lung.
Subjectivity. My conclusion is anything bad and is the result of logic and investigation.
Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flippy-floppy logic any real weight, do you?
Ding, ding. Looks like you still don't get why I came back.
Excuse me.
You see, the reason I came back. I saw that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck.
Ew.
From the very beginning, my real target has been you. Yeah, I mean, yeah. He's not stupid. He hatched a plan on how to get us all back in there, and it worked out. Just fine. He's an Interpol agent. He's not stupid.
What? Agent Lung, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
You did?
I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So, naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. So that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain his entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around.
So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. In exchange for using me as bait. You will take some responsibility and help us find the truth.
Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow you were able to find some proof by investigating this room. That you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect... The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him.
You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
You were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guild onto the Six. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I'm the head of the smuggling ring.
Yeah, but probably not today. I don't think we'll be able to fully prove it today.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity?
That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength.
Ooh, you would use the word fool. I'm talking to Francisca von Karma, how dare you?
If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
Objection!
You swapped the real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
Thank you for the pet and the hidden time.
It doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us.
Thank you for the haircut. And thank you for the posture check.
Oh, ouchie. Proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? Trump card in the videotape. There's 2 items. We might be able to finally bring this man down. That card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. Oh, Jesus Christ! The tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. Can you... No matter how well I'm going to I love this game, but I wish the text wasn't quite so slow time and time again. This is horrible. Anyway, no matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we found Karma as a commander to achieve nothing but victory. By any means necessary, yeah. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality? If I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand here now. Use it! Use it! Use it! There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. No, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. Yeah? It's a director's card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to the subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Koshin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me. By a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you. Don't talk nonsense, and let's be serious, Mr. Ashworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident.
KG8 incident?
The card and the video. These 2 pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Very interesting. I must admit I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. The lady at the goddess has been chasing all this time now stands before me.
can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now's the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. I like that we're still doing this, like, in the lobby. No, never mind, we're back to the lobby now. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a director's card from the smuggling ring. This is a section that proves that the card was used to relay an order.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Coach is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But the card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? No, there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. The star red blood, yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belongs to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kodopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links to the smuggling ring with Kodopia. Card again.
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the director's card in it. It tells us that without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Koch. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago.
2 hours of I could if I went overtime.
But I don't think I can do it in just... No. No, I don't like cutting it that close. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding this car on that day. Yeah, I'm not. I'm sorry, we're not finishing this game today. On the other hand, we're gonna finish it next week on Wednesday, and then we could jump right into the next game afterwards. Oh, the next person who's laughing. Oh, there it is. See, I knew it. He would stand up and open his eyes. There it is. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Kodopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. Arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? Oh god, he's so sparkly, ew. The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him.
Take that!
What the? Ambassador Alba. Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Kodopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Might have sudden backhanded praises, boy. Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Kodopia. But now I'm the only one who owns this particular medal. Oh, really?
Well, isn't that just fascinating?
'Cause 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 In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in his car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the metal captured here in this footage, I'm surprised they can zoom that far in on VHS footage. Like, not gonna lie, come on. Come on. It is clearly the same exact metal as the one on your chest. Ooh. Huh?
What the fuck?
This is how it will be, but I won't look back. This is the path that I've chosen. Yeah, he's not that easily broken. You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Ashworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking impossible, isn't it? For a lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. His wood is crumbly. Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. Regarding the mask, the second murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You claim it was justified self-defense. The master's second attacked me and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one.
You two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times?
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. The man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention to when I should.
But the Master Second didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on, there's nothing to get worked up over because I hit the weapon.
You hit it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder even if it's in self-defense. I couldn't let it become public seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears.
Ugh. It's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Ashworth?
Since he has both a wound and a weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so.
No way.
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of the Master Second was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive.
Perhaps so if you were my opponent in court. However, there's one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? Haha, yeah. That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality, that's a hard word. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just submitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lam, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate, that's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to the crime, that's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lam. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts.
Arrogance.
face and your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabas has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. There's 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. If you excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Is there anything we can do? Oh! Can't believe it's their extraterritoriality. Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
Oh hey, the picture's new. Hello?
Congrats, you failed!
No. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. How are you even walking?
If you can't even get an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can help us, then I'll go as the other goddess and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. Trying to take on an ambassador, after all.
I needed to tell us earlier to get out of the theater.
It's kind of the country, I guess. I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? No, this is the only time you'll ever have of getting this guy.
Come on, everyone, we can't give up yet.
Hey.
I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up even for a second, and as long as we've never let up for even a second, as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you.
Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir.
And now something that I need to investigate further in Alabast.
Good! Sounds like a plan. Now then. Before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Again! Passion flows data race from organizer. Okay. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something.
I wonder why.
There are 2 special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him.
Oh, sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
And murder the master second, run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills, apparently.
But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Koshin and Baba.
Yes, he apparently used the embassy's Kapar printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's I don't want to say that word anymore. Those rights are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here.
So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Sure. This was taken just before the 2 ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Used to be a bouquet of Persian and roses.
Oh, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers.
It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. I mean, that's cool. I know not a lot of flowers.
What exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one, I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. I feel as though I've seen a shape somewhere before. Wait, which one are they talking about? This one? This thing here?
Oh, yeah.
It's a knife handle. Babal's national symbol is the butterfly and alabaster is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trade.
What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on his knife?
Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, and the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. A flower motif? Looks like one of the flower petals is missing.
Take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
Then the knife in the sword is most definitely the same as its murder weapon. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary material, such as the Babalese ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. What do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all.
Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed is the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Well, obviously, it's the one person who's been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation, from both embassies, the co-conspirator who's mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Because of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin, Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If you were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed.
Then you mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer? I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Palladino to be ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alaba's Primidax statue.
So Mr. Cochin hired the Master Second to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin?
It is definitely a possibility at this point.
Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabas. Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is the one place everyone can access.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land, so that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has.
It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
Oh!
I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Ashworth.
Francisca.
I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents.
Let's go! You move fast.
Often karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case.
I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime?
No. She'll never stop it.
This video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here that we can use.
Good thing there's a VHS player right there. Which man's footage should I examine? This one. The fuck is happening here?
Doesn't something up with this lump shape strike you as odd? Huh? Isn't it supposed to be the shape?
No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch.
Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. Phew, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
Oh, wasn't his body found in Babal?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself.
Hey, my health bag.
Oh no.
Ambassador Alva.
I thought I'd ask for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Ashworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You've had your fun, I've enjoyed our little game. A day later, you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying, do you? Your game is done, and it's game over. No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There's still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Ashworth, and you know it.
Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alva?
Ambassador Palaieno.
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well. If you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further.
Ambassador Palaieno. Mr. Ashworth. All I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. There's one person standing in the way of that dream.
I believe in you. You do what's right.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Oh, you know, actually, what's surprising? I did not trust Palaieno in the beginning at all whatsoever. But then we got even more suspicious people, so he's good again. He is! I didn't trust him at all, but he's just like,
Please, Mr. Ashworth, find the truth.
Okay, damn, I'll do it for you. I do have a flight to catch after all. I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Kochin. Huh. I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom... Where do you put this? Like, how do you stress the words in English? Size contradiction to slip by. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Koch and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. Atom? Atom? Okay. So that is your alibi. That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it. What is it this time? I thought I told you to only allow one question. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors.
Get this man!
You're forbidden to lose.
Of course. That is something I've understood from the start.
The guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. The legacy will live on, through me. So that's why we've just got to catch him, okay?
We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have it the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
Well, yeah, fucking try me.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Yeah, earlier we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh? So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Kochin? If you want to suppose that I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously. I'm sorry. I suppose you're on a bit of a pickle. Very well. The game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now, let's see you disprove it. How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. In that case, what motive would I have to kill my co-conspirator? Okay.
Objection!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Kochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too, namely you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Kochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabas Primidax statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me. Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, motive or thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you will excuse me. Wait, what? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babal to figure out and something to which I have no relation to. How is he even turning down a request from Ambassador Palaieno? I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Palaieno. Let's find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
No. Hold it.
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
Yeah.
Hey. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagara's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize a tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Byrne Faraday, left for us.
Say Byrne Faraday, yeah, baby!
Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yatagara's key.
Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are, but a sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there?
That's... This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These 2 pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I hand over these 2 pieces of evidence.
That is ever a thorn in my side. Hey, does that organizer really contain any information on the sturdy D-Mix?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Ah, then it was just a bluff.
Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bat found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him.
These 2 pieces. Aren't they keepsakes of your father?
It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end.
Hey.
When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails.
All this time you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature.
Get him.
I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
Dare you all, barring a person like me.
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Alright, but this is the absolute last. It's not. It's not. Spoiler alert, it's not. And then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Palaieno's office, you won't stop me. And let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste. The last time I met with Mr. Coach was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabasta the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Coachin again after that. So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man.
Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though. You've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. Sure, okay. So any need is pressing or presenting will hurt our case.
In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood?
Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Coach was killed before we returned to Babao. In which case, there's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. Oh my god! It hurts my soul that I won't be able to finish this game. I at least want to finish his alibiing, maybe, if that's possible.
Objection!
I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it as well as you should, for it was you who brought it to the theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
Nah, we're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionate you are arrayed, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right, this man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. Face of a worthless Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? This is really the end.
Knuckle back!
Ooh, Agent Lang.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way, my plan is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense. And let me through.
Knuckle back!
Lang, she says, before aiming for the throat, shoot a neck shield off first. Ooh. Interpol headquarters and the Imperial Household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. Imperial Household? What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba.
Let's go.
What? Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video that Yatagarasu protected?
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Langxi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off.
Oh, his laughing is a good sprite. Can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked.
Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
This is happening to me. I'm just a hardworking, honest ambassador.
Not so fast.
Are you? Do you really think you can still put that on us now? You've already ripped away the mask. It's seen for who you really are. Mr. Alba. Oh, no. He's back. He's not done yet. He's not done yet! No. I won't be stopped now.
Fuck off! Fuck off, you got. Yeah. He still intends to fight us.
So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. All the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Coach in the theater. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babao? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Yes, this is no game. This is war. This is war. Okay. Okay, last one, I think.
Could be a nice point to take a break. I guess, yeah, it's only gonna get worse from here. Let me listen to what he's saying. Let me listen to what he's saying though, and then I guess maybe. I really want to continue, but I can't. I have to work tomorrow. I hate this.
I killed Mr. Kosh in the theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left the bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Koch's body was discovered in Baba, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Baba. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
Not so fast.
No, I would have you confess to the crime, actually. You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Just another witness.
Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good. I don't understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
Get him! Get him!
It's so funny.
Get him!
Yeah.
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Have a good night, Mel. I hope you get better soon. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching every movement.
Thank you for the warning. If you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the push cart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart.
Take that!
What's the meaning of you showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Kochin's body. You had to steal Samurai Wheeler's body away from the real crime scene. Oh!
You for the follow. Oh, come in.
Camille, aren't you streaming yourself right now? Are you even actually seeing me? I know you're streaming. Because the rating. That's why. That makes sense. That makes sense because you were. Hi, Raiders. Hi. Hi, Raiders. I'm doing like the Caliping Vision Novas and JPGs. We're currently on the very last case of Ace Attorney Investigations, the first game, so big spoiler area. You are absolutely fine. I was just wondering, they're like, wait. I know you're streaming because I was like, I'm gonna try to raid you maybe once I'm done. But I guess that's not happening. Well, welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for coming by. Hello. Also Pikachu for the Raiders, of course.
Pikachu. Vega. Pikachu.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, you do know me. Are they showing up in my feed? Oh, I know that feeling though. It's the same for me. I follow people on Twitter and it's like, oh, yay. And then I forget to follow them on Twitch as well. And then I wonder like, why am I never catching this person live? No, I absolutely get it. It's happened to me so many times before. Also, I'm sorry that there's no music and we're not advancing the text because I don't, like, we are literally currently in the last parts of this case. So if I continue on, I'm going to spoil everyone who doesn't want to get spoiled on this game. I'm just, you know, take care, please. This is towards the end of this final case.
We have been mutuals, yeah.
Next time when we're actually at a convention at the same time, we could even meet up. But I think you went to Dokumi on different days than I this year. So next time. You've played the game before? Okay, that's good. It's my first time playing it actually. So for everyone who does not want to get spoiled on Ace Attorney Investigations, specifically the first game, please take care. This is the last part, or one of the last parts of the game, and I'm debating with myself whether I'm going to go over time and try and finish it, because there's probably more left than I actually think, because it's always the case with Ace Attorney games. They go for way longer than you think they do. You'll be there again next year. Nice! I need to finally figure out how to get there next year as well, because this year was very sudden for me. And I drove there by car. And I'm not doing that again. I'm never driving like 10 hours straight again. Pretty much, with some breaks in between, but... You're playing the second game earlier. Oh, nice. I hope to get started on the second game next week then. You had no choice but to fly. Yeah. I'm playing with the idea. Maybe. Car, yeah, exactly. With the car, at least, I was responsible only for my, like, well, the people I picked up on the way as well, but it's like, it was my own thing, so I didn't have to be anywhere at a specific time to catch the train or whatever, but it's a long drive. It's a very long drive. I would not recommend it to anyone, not gonna lie. But yeah, one last chance. One last chance of spoilers, because as soon as the sprites go over to the other side, you can see who's responsible for pretty much everything that's happened in this case. Wow.
Last spoiler warning. Haha, what a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now it's but a hypothesis, however. If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. This game is really just like, hold it! We have another character who went off on their own earlier.
Hold it! Another one!
Sorry it took so long, Miss Edgeworth, sir!
Yummy!
Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart?
Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area.
So that's where you went. It's like someone's gone off on their own little thing and they're coming back with more evidence like time and time again. That's crazy.
Like the spirits that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case?
Yes! Gumshoe. You always manage to bring something that is well worth. Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. Something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was an Alabast.
Hold it!
Yeah? I'm not gonna lie, I thought I would... That was last stream, but I thought I would lose my mind when it came out who was inside the Steel Samurai costume. Like, please, what? A little late to the party. You never worry about being late. Thank you for coming here. Where exactly in the open air stage area did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun.
It's blood. This must be Mr. Cochin's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Baba. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
Enjoy dinner!
And once again, thank you so much for bringing the raid over.
If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babao, then I win.
But you can't. Security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after you return to Alabast. Mads Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there's no question that can't be answered, right? Primitive said she was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. Real talk, Flo, how long is this section? Can I do this in 1 hour? Oh no.
I don't want to end here. I want to clear up this case. I hate this.
It could work. Okay, we're doing it. I don't care. We're doing it.
I am locking in. Whatever. I don't have to work early next week.
just have to suffer.
I'll just have to suffer a little bit in trying to get up on time. Anyway. After I returned to Alabasta, I had my picture taken with the steel samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the Master Second. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. Jesus Christ. Yeah. We're doing it. Okay, let's... Big brain energy. I do so hate to waste time, he says, speaking very slowly. What? Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you?
Objection!
Or you disgust me. People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you better try hard, because I doubt you find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like. Okay. I'll press you on absolutely everything then. Let's go.
Hold it!
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Oh, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
Isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You currently really need to... Okay, Akira. Thank you for coming by.
Have a good night.
You did not need to keep up the act no matter what, I said. You did need to keep up the act. I can't read. Point of this is not to discuss my back problems. About 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared.
Hold it!
The Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up. A most amusing joke, and how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, has nothing to do with me. What's it going to take for you to fess up to anything? Very well, then let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the rose garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well... I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however... Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Maskman.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Master Second. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primidex statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. He says, having done the bludgeoning himself, Jesus.
Sunkama's really letting her whip fly now.
I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She's stimming. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. Her physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I'd find a single flaw in his argument. I'm just worried I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here?
Oh, Satchworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Baba?
Sir.
Satchworth!
Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Is this the end?
No, it's never the end.
I wish it was the end of the game sometime soon, but who else do we have left that can say hold it?
Just in time.
It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your Elizabeth. Wow. You didn't actually drown in that. Okay, well, okay, whatever. If it helps us win, I don't even care anymore. Never tried to whip. Never tried to whip as a censorship. Maybe you should. Who knows?
Evil magistrate, it's time for you to pay.
It's the Steel Samurai.
No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy.
Don't take it.
If she at least kept the fucking thing on. The two people that I wanted to see the least. Mary, what are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Aji. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai spit.
No. Go away. The music. Oh, I hate it here.
How can you be so mean to us, Aji Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us.
Well, isn't this grand when I see them manage to find the Iron Infant? Does that really matter right now?
Hey. Is it just me or is the Iron Infant completely so?
Oh yeah. I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. And you found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal. Oh, that! I was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe the Skew King can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure, but I found him in... That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babal is... That's right, his embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Coach's body lies.
Something like that really exists, sir.
Yeah. An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is what we need to examine.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do, it's all a waste of time.
Not go back!
You will stay here with us and wait.
A phone call.
This is Satchworth.
Miss Ashworth, it's here, sir.
There's a reservoir here just like in the Rose Garden.
Just as I suspected. What is it?
The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there's also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babali side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
Objection!
Avoiding a topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see some more physical proof if you have any.
The iron infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
Which would make sense, actually. Where's your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
Proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned iron infant.
What? This blasted door!
Oh.
Miss Ashworth, I'm back.
Hey. Don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he's just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Not so fast!
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Baba. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Miss Ashworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man. It's far from over. Yeah, sadly.
Agent Lung.
Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing. Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember?
You mean Sheena?
Right. With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Objection!
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that.
Try to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. Looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. No! Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
As prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
What's happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babao? Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
Rid of the water?
That's it.
No, I believe this time we really are done, right? No!
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alva. You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me. The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Take that!
Tonight the Yatagata set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
So what? The water level went down. The reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your
Not
defeat.
so fast!
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call it a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know, those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Shino to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Oh, looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
Please enlighten us.
The way in which Machina and the body were able to raise up to the ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body and Machina could move up and down in the pool.
Up and down.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used a fountain spouts in a manner of speaking. Used a fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Machina and the body were lifted upward by the buoyancy in water. The fire above at least side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then, he took the pushcart that was brought to the rose garden and pushed it, along with the iron infant and Mr. Cochin's body, into the pool. At this time, Machina was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in the pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. I find it interesting that they still have a blood stain in the cart, though, if it was exposed to so much water. And the water level rose up to its original level along with Machina and the body. After that, Machina used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Ashworth. Way to fight back.
Objection!
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
Nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now?
Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
That's proof. What are we going to do, Mr. Ashworth?
There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we needed all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open-air stage.
Take that!
What exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babalese site will be your undoing. Akita, would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Yeah, after I've had one sip of water. Go on.
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What? What? It's part of the fucking knife handle that's broken off, my guy. It looks like a guitar pick at first glance, though. This is something I found at the open-air stage area. The open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pig in that open slot.
Voila! It's a perfect fit.
I assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's ball.
Objection!
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Objection!
I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Babalee side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden's pool on through into Baba.
Possible.
People of Shengfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy.
Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
Objection!
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. Yeah? Really? Are you sure? I could end right here. I will not. We're doing it. I don't care. We're doing it. I should have done this stream earlier today, so I wouldn't have this problem. Oh. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. As if there's anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. Let's do him in with the stage show then. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. Oh. So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I?
You're not the one who was cool, it's the Steel Samurai who was cool.
Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Aji, who is she? Who's the super cute girl? Shut the fuck up, Larry.
She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yes, okay, I'm Larry
Buzz off, but...
Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this.
Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. That's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I give thrusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather,
Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, that's the good. That is the good shit.
when the one person who's been refusing to call you by your proper name is finally doing it. That's
They do this every time, and I eat it up every time.
I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I will finish the job. This really is the endgame. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies.
Let's do it!
Larry trying not to hit on any minors, actually.
Hold it!
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice.
Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
I wasn't planning to let him.
Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climatic scene of today's show was just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well. That spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate early summer rain jab.
Oh, you mean the one that was originally in the script? The one he couldn't do?
That scene will live on in my heart forever. Is that how it went? Totally forgot about that.
How can you forget your own special moves? It's a special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it all, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? Suppose you're correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. One of the scenes was of his never-before-seen early summer rain jab move.
Oh, no, I don't think that's right.
Objection!
Special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony's more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. Samurai Spear. What about it? The spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, sadly, useless man bent a spear during his rehearsal this evening. Okay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Correct. Because he couldn't use a spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Quick as Alba. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? Oh, not yet. It's not the full breakdown yet. So if he wasn't watching the show tonight...
And it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Kochin instead.
So where were you during the show? I demand an answer. Now. Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy. I saw your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show. Or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when a dramatic scene was played out on stage.
That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal.
It's because you got the name of the move wrong. Can't really use it as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show. Honest. As a Steel Samurai fan. For someone who wasn't even in the seat for the climax of the show? You have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. What was that just now?
It would be I, young lady.
Harry, what are you doing interrupting me like that?
As you please, hold for a second, I beg.
You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Maniac. What exactly is a Steel Maniac, huh?
I believe you meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac.
Yeah, trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm the Steel Samurai.
Objection!
No, you're making this longer than it has any reason to be, Larry. Shut the fuck up for once in your life. I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai.
What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Ashwood?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
Sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker.
Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Koshin.
You know what, Grimes? You're really something else.
I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for?
Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. The move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about.
It was a secret.
Larry, wait, what did you just say?
Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before?
Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. Debut. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless.
All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy.
Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
Almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art.
Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of them all.
Objection!
Slips of yours still.
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Not so fast!
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quirkus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But the name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quirkus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it in the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means that Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right?
What's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means.
There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let it slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Kochin's murder.
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabaster along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely.
Oh, but wait, what if, and this is just a what if,
What if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay?
I have to admit she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room is supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie.
Killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with a pushcart then, too.
Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Kochin. Quirk Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it! Placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest!
Objection!
Oh my god! I can see what people are saying about this one. Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. I got lost when I did. Brother, you basically live here. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. Like, I'm sorry, I get it, he's the ultimate evil in this game. But this is... It's not even funny anymore. Like, oh, we have had the big villain reveals in the last case where it's like... It does drag on, because those people have been going about the evil business for years and years and whatever, but... You have to let it go, my man! That's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. Punk, still trying to get out of this.
You really think you can get away at this point? Miss Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him?
I have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. If that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Oh, and if you use Little Thief, you may even learn something from our recreation, except you don't have the time to be doing all that anymore. We need to clear this up right now.
We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie, how could you...
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched it. My man really has something else.
And they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
If there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either.
This is the end. The murder took place in a theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. There's no other course of action left to us. There is. It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me. Because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. How many people are left in this room that can say, hold it?
Who is it this time?
Oh my god. You know what? For the sake of my mental health, I really shouldn't have done this.
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers.
First Larry and now you.
What is with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance, but you are. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely desert I'm about to cry in.
Did you have to speak up right at this instant?
You know what, Edgy Poo, cheer up. Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing? From you?
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. A special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? This is this.
It's... okay. It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes. Oh, Ajipu, here, go on, anyone. You feel right as rain.
Oh my god, if even Gumshoe is looking like this. Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Ajipu, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. No one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know? No, sir. Thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you were nice and full. One day, it's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. Isn't the desire of every woman to make sure that the beloved never goes hungry, and that's what I wanted to experience. I'll tell you one thing, though. Ages ago, they used to say that I could— Fuck! Jesus Christ!
I cannot read that fast.
I could make the most delicious meal out of any ingredient you threw in front of me. I was a star in the kitchen back then. I was— Satchworth, can't you do anything about her?
There's no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
A special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on a dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun might just be what we needed to point us in the right direction. Oh. Really? That's how we're going to clear this up? Yeah. Yeah. Really? This is the most stupid thing I've ever heard in my life. It's time to piece the final piece of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs who were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. This red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart. Then it's proof that the murder took place in a dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldback. He does remember her name. Thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Miss Ashworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Koshin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. The arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here. And it is what will put you away for good. You're bluffing. Oh? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sounds like you finally found them. Finally found the fangs we need to go off the disguised jugular. So tell us, what about the box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away? Trace evidence that will bring him down. It's here, of course. This is so stupid. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh? What? Blood, you say? Agent Lung, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. Got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe you found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab, pronto.
But why was there blood in a box to begin with?
If you think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said you transported the samurai dog to the pushcart, correct?
Yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy.
Pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? See, the killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. But when my van investigated the room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because the embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing that Miss Oldbeck managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbeck also managed to put this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal, I received it from myself.
Lucas Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part. Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however. How can you be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even if the blood turns out to belong to Mr. Coach, and then what?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
Sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And you say that like it means something. Huh? It's not the victim's blood. It's his blood from his little wound on the neck. Proving the fact that he was there. I just need the characters to realize that.
Excuse me, sirs.
Report. What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. Wait, it is Quirkus Alba.
Mr. Ashworth, I wonder if you might humor my question? Your question? The one from before, have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Coach's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room. But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it? That's... He has a very good point. The blood in a box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer.
Then, this evidence is meaningless.
No!
Can't be. We were so close, sir.
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. Think, Edgeworth, please. I've already figured it out, so you should be able to figure it out as well. Can't think of a single thing. Please don't ask if you can go another time. I cannot deal with that. Now, if you excuse me, I'll be on my way. Oh my god.
Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal. It wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either. It was me!
What? Why did you... Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more.
Hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir. The blood I mentioned. Is that of the same blood type as the victim's blood?
No. Please, that is good. That is good.
What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I. I do. What an amusing turn of events. The blood drop proved something to be true, alright? Namely, my words. And which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before I'd entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. What if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
Guess that's possible. Damn it. We've been wasting our time on a red herring.
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Marcus Alba, you bastard!
Silence. Don't you ever address me such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Doesn't matter where you run after, you never escape me.
Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you, you'll see.
I'll give you the satisfaction right now, just let me at him.
And all of Interpol will be behind me working to see to it that the day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
Come on, Edgy, think.
Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility, someone else other than the victim? So when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who's been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? Ooh. What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way. If the blood got onto the box when a body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in that dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies. Raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a thing on me, not now, or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Come on, Edgy.
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful. How so? Quercus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is a perfect word to describe you. Mere words.
What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Ashworth?
Just what do you think it means, Kay? We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful definitive piece of evidence. Hey, Earth to Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English?
What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
We know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
Miss Von Kalmer, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good, then I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
Do you know who the blood belongs to?
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus Alba.
What? Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim.
The blood fell into the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
That's what you mean? If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, then there's only one other person it could belong to.
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. Mr. Kojin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if during the murder Mr. Kojin had fought back?
You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Kojin managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. He showed us. Himself.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound. That was from when the second attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in a dressing room.
Is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as a fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba? See if the shape of your wound matches the scissors.
Objection!
You really are something else, Mr. Ashworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You want to talk, Mr. Alba? You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as a smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are one of a kind criminal.
Objection!
I'm the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing. You believe I've overlooked something. You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Kojin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right? Yes, that is correct. I like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you would propose that such a weapon came from.
This theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Not so fast!
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the alabaster knife and a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort. But as long as you can't prove what that other way is, all you talk about Mr. Kojin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if the other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now.
Yeah, sure.
I'd be glad to. With pleasure. What? This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Kojin brought a weapon into this theater.
Oh, yes! That's a good song!
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagara's key.
Key.
It's a key that my father stole from here 7 years ago.
And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into a theater. You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Kojin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kodopian papers signed by Mr. Kojin. In order to make it look like Mr. Kojin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All the hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Corcus Alba? Please. Please. I have nothing more to give. And that is what some may call the coup de grace. Possible. You can't take me down.
Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Kojin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador. Which is why he deserves to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me.
That's not how that works.
That's why I sent out the Yatagara's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagaras. I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors.
I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling children.
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. This country's or Alabast, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Yeah. Ooh! Aw.
Damn. This is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Siska's heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it.
Having to face Miss Fukama in court right after facing you, sir.
I don't even want to think of what that would be like.
Oh, you're not a smuggling ring dealer. I don't think you'll have to worry about that, Gumshoe. Got a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. Boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. Flight attendant, even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Albert's secret agents.
Correct. The smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Emmy Mealy was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in her favor.
Oh, you airlines in the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, Detective?
Nothing, it's just, well, come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
The arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano. I guess that about wraps up the KG-8 incident as well, huh?
Does it? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG-8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Kochan. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG-8 incident was Mac Rao. Those two facts are the unshakable truth, however. It seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
Solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU indict man. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. And by the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Palladino. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore.
The way you're holding them, don't tell me that just coupons, sir. Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cordobia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Palladino has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He's been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cordobia.
Oh, but what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. If you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant Kay.
Oh, wrong voice.
That's not what I said. So, Mr. Ashworth, please let me have them, sir.
That was the right voice, never mind. I should come to think of it, where's Kay? How come she's still not here?
Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Ashworth's voice for a bit.
Totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Lunch, he says. Ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Shalom. A pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lam? We flushed out all of the counterfeit bills, so Shang-Fa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks.
I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Ashworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case. Shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that true thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change, you get that? I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah. And if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. As for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this.
I prepared a whole ton of ticker paper for today's victory, sir. I'll throw some around when Mr. Ashworth wins.
Right. It's a well-known fact. It's a well-known fact if you get a not guilty that he's throwing all of that around, huh?
Or I guess in this case we want a guilty verdict. Hope you've got enough because I'm going to go call my man up as well. A modest amount of ticker paper goes a long way. Scene shifts to the courtroom and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. The creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is all the prosecutors do. And that is because... Oh, suddenly you are able to make the text go by quickly, huh? Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising.
Oh, baby, let's go!
I'm really Mr. Ashworth's stepfather the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design a new line of Go-U jumbo jets. Just think, someday you will be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. Ooh. I did it.
All of this taking place over just 2 days. That is so crazy.
Actually, I thought the rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure recently. Hermidox statue of the Principality of Cotopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the ambassador Palaeno was most generous. Oh yeah. I wonder why.
We finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alva's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cotopian courts await. Cotopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there.
Oh, I did! I made it! This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. I hadn't noticed that I had dropped my police badge too. Oh my god, you're so stupid. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'd go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles, man.
You don't even know my name. Why are you calling me Ruffles, man? Brother. My throat hurts. I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Ashworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe.
got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Ashworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. Ooh. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him scientifically.
Sounds good.
Sounds like a good plan.
Arc System? Arc System? How is Arc System involved with this? Huh?
Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? Oh.
It appears there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but... Apparently, Mr. Ashworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
Yeah, baby.
The judge, Ace Attorney.
I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy, were we lucky to have Mr. Ashworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost a key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. This is actually kind of fun. Oh my god.
Please. 2 Brandons who worked on the localization, that's funny. Please, don't let it be a job that gets you involved in a murder case again. Please, please, for everyone's sake.
Why not come to Godopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show.
Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. And we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great.
There will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu.
Of course, I hope to in this case help in creating our latest attraction. Okay.
I can't believe the mini dish me went to Japan. It's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. Oh my. I plan to go to Paris soon and start a business. I'm going to sell blue ocean dogs. And they sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. And not really just have to work a lot at all, really, but... So I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in a blue suit at all recently. Yeah!
Oh, that's up. Well, next time we meet, I'm gonna make him meet one of my dogs.
Yeah. No one wants your hot dogs, I swear. I swear to God. No one wants your hot dogs, my guy.
I gave the testimony in court today, as a member of the Yatagarasu. Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Langshi says they really bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the grey hairs on my bed more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror.
No. No. Are we not done yet? I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by the last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I've been an alien, then some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and now it's the Pink Princess, a great hero of justice, but ever since I was a young man I should be spotted, blah blah blah, but I just started, but okay, you know, I give up. Yeah? I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when he revealed the ring's secret. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Ashworth is always 10 times fiercer in court.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations. To clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Nunn.
So what are your plans now, Kay?
Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. I know, maybe I just keep on being Mr. Ashworth's assistant.
Are you still trying to steal my job, pal?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't say something so important to you, Gummy.
When do we leave? Hey,
Yes?
even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you find the 2 other people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Ashworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
See.
Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock of the window on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate if you came in through the building's front door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken forever.
Why didn't you get it fixed? Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, a commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No.
Why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, detective.
Come on, Mr. Ashworth, I'm taking the picture now. Come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that.
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese.
And thus the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to its close. I saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there's little time to rest and relax, for I'm eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth, and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Now we've actually done it. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, alright.
What a game.
Yeah, I will. Oh, my my throat is not happy. Oh, we did it. Let me be proud. Let me be proud for a second that we actually did it. We beat the game, the first one. This means we can start fresh into the second one on Wednesday. This means I need to redo the schedule graphic I made earlier. Ah, thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for sticking with me. Even though I was just going, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I did it. Even though it's late and I need to go to sleep right the fuck now. I'm so glad. This was fun. I do have to say though, that is like too much. They were doing too much. Like, why? I understand he's an ambassador. I understand he has political immunity, blah blah blah, but that was horrendous. That was horrendous. Anyway. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. Thank you for sticking through all of this. Goodness gracious. I'm sending you guys over to Momoka, who's playing the original Resident Evil 1 as far as I can tell. And also partner pushing, so I want to send some support over. From one pink-haired VTuber to another. But yeah, have a good night everyone. I'll post the schedule in a tiny little bit. You have to give me those 2 minutes. I'll post the schedule in a tiny bit, but we will go right into the second game on Wednesday.
So until then, have a good night. Bye bye. Bye bye bye.